Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we're going to be continuing our game dev project. For really. Before we do, let's check in with the kitties real quick. We do have Sherbet over in his window little house there. We have Sammy and Mason on the bed. You can just see a bit of Ember over there on the table with all the canvas. Molly is on my footrest. But yeah, haven't gotten a lot of work on the game done lately. We need to change that. Additionally, we're looking at adjusting the schedule as much as it is primarily when we start. Been doing better with sleep as far as personal health, but I'm finding that in that happening, my ability to stream later is diminishing, which is a problem. That might be a temporary thing. Hopefully so. But one of the things we'll be doing is trying earlier starts so that we can see when the kind of the fall off is. But while we figure that out, as we're figuring that out, let's switch on over here. Oh, put the camera over here. So one of the things I was thinking of and starting to kind of formulate a plan for was handling movement. Right now, what we've got is proposed movement. Let's find it here. Here we are. Let's break this apart so you can see it. Entity has a current position and height. It also has proposed changes. These are incremental shifts caused, or these are the aggregation of shifts caused by behaviors that may move where the entity is. Whether that's to change its height, to move it around the field, whatever. This will be relevant in a moment. If we then go over and say look at rotate, and I reference rotate a lot because it is complicated enough in what it does that the way it influences behavior gives me an idea on how things are working and how they could be working better. So the whole point of rotate is that the projectile rotates outward, so it forms like a spiral out or in, or it orbits something, that kind of thing. And here is what I would like to see different, and that's right here. So throughout this whole process, we are generating a vector. We are generating something with a length and a direction. And we're going to add that to the proposed movement that will create the shift in position. But that necessitates movement, which also means we're changing the speed. And while some things will, by their nature, change the speed, two opposing vectors will change the speed. It'll scrunch it down, usually, or negate it entirely. That's okay. What I don't want to have happen is that every time we add a movement behavior, it goes faster. The top speed goes up, I should say. There are going to be some movement behaviors that do that, but I want them to be their own thing if they do. Okay, so we can see the little balls moving. Right now they're still emitting the mice. We need to revisit how the bouncing ball works. They're not supposed to emit the mice, that's just for testing. But just the whole concept of how they cause collisions, I would like to update. But we'll get there. Okay. So they have that nice linear movement. We are going to then add spiral out. Now, they immediately start zooming along. In order to make the spiral visible, or at least to make it really apparent for testing purposes, we have it doing a very high speed along the circumference of the arc, along the curve of the movement. Let's get that out here. We're going to get that data folder open. Data folder, here we go. This is in movement. None of these are final values. This is all stuff that I'm kind of throwing at the wall as we go. When we totally get to play testing and similar, numbers gonna change. All right. Relevant, let's see. There should be a freeze option here. There we go. Why you do this to me, huh? I really want that to work, but LibreOffice is mostly functional. I go with it because I'm not giving Microsoft a subscription to use Excel. It's just not happening. Okay, but the speed of it is how quickly it moves around its arc. Radius is where we start. It is not where it starts outside of the object. It's where it considers the current radius of the spiral, kind of aspirationally. It's going to try to make itself be at that radius. We have a target radius, so this is going to be the cap based on changes. It is possible to break this boundary. That doesn't really matter. And this is how much it's going to change. So radius per second, assuming we haven't hit our target yet, as well as speed, influence how fast it's going. If this number is very high and this number is very high, then ball go fast. And if ball already going fast, ball go extremely fast, and it leaves the screen and it doesn't get to do cool things. I would like it not to leave the screen. I would like it to do cool things. So we can slow it way down. Let's see, we rotate in. Okay. If we put this at 96. 96 is about 1 square on the screen. That's coincidence, but it is, and I'm keeping it because it's a good way to determine things. I wonder if it still is, thinking on that. We'll revisit that. Okay, so we're just going to put this at a flat rotation. This means that it's just going to try to orbit whatever it considers its center. This is our rotate in. So it's going to try to be about 1 square out from what it considers its center. What is its center? Its center is based on how else we've set it up, but currently it's a moving point. So when it initially comes into existence, it's sitting on top of the player. Its center is right there. But there is movement that happens prior to the orbit executing. So let's... Toby, I did not make this model myself. I would be quite pleased if I had developed my artistic skills to reach this. But I'm very pleased how Animacit. I've discovered that I was pronouncing it wrong. Animacit. It's like Animas Hit. Studios did on this model. It is going to be like Vampire Survivors. So the ball moves in a straight line, it bounces, it emits homing mice. This is going to distort our ability to see what it do. I can fix that real quick. Okay, let's fix that. Okay. Data files. Yeah, we are making a Vampire Survivors style game. Our gimmick is that it's going to be that with Noita style weapons. Where are we? Bullets. All of the game data is in these delimited text, delimited data files. They're comma delimited file. What do they call them? Comma separated value files, CSVs. They can't be actual CSVs. I can't have that suffix or that file type because I'm using Godot engine, and Godot engine considers CSVs to be translation files of some kind and makes an unholy mess when it encounters them. So they're game data files. And happily LibreOffice sees that they are a bunch of comma separated strings line by line, and it says this must be a CSV. This is good. Anywho, let's see our bullet yarn ball here. We go to its behaviors. Okay, lives normal bullet lifespan. Does 2 damage on hit. It targets a random enemy and moves in a straight line. Yes. So Godot engine by itself uses something called GDScript. That's kind of its built-in language. You can totally use that. You can totally use all of its node structure, but we don't. Our project started there. The goal was just, hey, let's learn Godot as we go. Haha. And we started with GDScript. And our journey has taken us into interesting places. Deep into GDScript, deep into the guts of things like physics server calls. And then into C#, into the guts of physics server calls. And finally, back up to doing a lot of just manipulating the node tree in C#. Pretty much all of the logic is in C#. All of the fun. Let's change this real quickly here. We are gonna call movement bounce, and we'll leave. We're gonna remove the hit ground entity here. Sure, we've got all that set up. Yes. I do need to change that movement hit ground entity. We need to do something different for bouncing impacts. But, okay, let's start this. We're going to start it on the Godot side. I have both editors open because they both kind of excel at different things. It's actually easier to do like see text errors and whatnot reliably in the Godot engine, but fine debugging line by line in my scripts is better done in Visual Studio. Okay, so we've got our collision data. That's what the little blue circles are. It makes it more apparent where the ball is going. These balls are set up such that they're not going to be able to hit those slimes with any reliability. That's not what we're worrying about right now, though. Actually, we're going to remove movement bounce. Let's take movement bounce off of there. Just pretend that the yarn ball is doing what it's supposed to do. Hey there, Nope. Welcome. For those new to the channel, we are actually starting noticeably earlier than we normally would. Normal start time is 4 p.m. U.S. Central. We started at 1 today. We're trying to suss out when we're going to start so that I don't pass out midstream. Okay, ball moving straight line. Excellent. So right now, if they hit something, they ricochet off. Great. Just demonstrating the system real quick, as I want to do every time, frequently. We stack modifiers. This says fire 1, 2, 3, and then have each of those split into 3, so we get these little bursts of 3. Cool. Why are we doing that? Because it makes it really apparent when I attach rotation to it. So this is the rotate in that we changed just a moment ago. See how quickly it moves, and we adjusted that to be a very fine motion. So we'll just put this in here again. Yes, Toby, so the stream will be... I'm currently streaming in 2 formats on YouTube as well as to Twitch, so the Twitch VOD should be available... I think it will be available on Twitch for a period. It will also be on YouTube in both formats. So we go with just the 1. It's zooming along. It shouldn't be moving that fast. That's obnoxious, and I don't like it. The entire archive of my streams is available for the entire game dev series, as well as when I play video games. Shameless plug, watch my old streams. Okay, so with rotate in, we're saying start here and stay there, essentially. Do not change your target radius. But it moves 192 units, which is 2 full blocks per second along that arc. That is causing it to arc real fast. So let's slow that down. Let's slow that down to 1. And we'll demonstrate that. This should account for that. I don't know if it did. Let's make sure. I can't recall if Godot engine is going to cache the contents of a text file when it loads. We're about to find out. It didn't seem like it did, so that's good. We're going to do 3 at a time here with the spiral in. So you can see it's moving slow on the arc. We're not getting a lot done. Still not what we want to have happen. And the slower we make it move along that arc, the less influence it has. But if we make it move too fast, well, now I'm confused. Oh, okay. This is going to cause a whole lot of rotations per second. Trying to think how we want to do this. But, okay, so this demonstrates part of my problem is, in order to make it work, we have to put very particular logic in there, and that's creating some issues with getting it to actually do what we want it to do. So this should be something like let's say 200 squared or something like that as far as the circumference. Units. Quick math check here. Oh, okay. Okay. So at 48, we're looking at about 8 rotations per second if our speed is 48. That's super fast that it would be going around it. We cap that out, which is going to distort things. We can only do about 4 rotations per second before it gets like really twitchy. So the fastest we could go... No, this should still be okay. Yeah, that should still be okay. What's going on? Ah, okay. I get it now. We're going to have a very slow curve here. Incredibly slow curve. This will be, it takes a little over 3 seconds to rotate once. So again, hardly perceptible. Oh. Start. Womp womp. Okay. That was an invalid test because I wasn't actually putting rotational movement on it, which means it didn't make a difference each time I was doing that. So this is 2 parts of the problem is it's hard to tell what this is going to do each time I do it. So you can see some of that motion going on. But what I'd like to have happen is 2 things. I'd like to maintain a steady speed. So if the projectile is moving at 1 square per second, which by default it is right now, and I add another movement type to it, I want that movement blended into it. I don't want it to fundamentally accelerate as a result of this. Like, I have to make it go really slow to prevent accelerating it substantially. And if we go slow enough, it doesn't matter. So this is half a square per second added to it. Or at least it should be. Did I break that somehow? What would it be? It's about 300, so let's... It's 1 rotation a second. In. So neat, but it's... You can see where some of the difficulty is happening is suddenly the logic is really fiddly. And I want it to happen more smoothly. If this is kind of where we're going today, that's the plan, is if instead we were to take so proposed movement is equal to proposed movement dot normalized. That's just for, we're gonna say 96. 10 times a second physics happens about, I think it's 30 times a second right now. We're just going to fudge the delta number. $60 times a second. This will be slower than it should be, but that should be like 0.02. Force it to be afloat. This is not what it should be. This is a approximation. It's actually less than that, but what we're doing is... that should be a little faster than it's supposed to be. Well, that's not right at all. What did I do wrong here? Oh. It should be like 0.016. Okay, so this is where it's normalized. You see how we have these nice little spirals? They make a lot of sense. They are visually apparent as far as what's going to happen. So here's straight line. We put our little spiral in, and they sort of twirl along. Now, they have slowed down the projectile because it is moving in a spiral instead of in a straight line. So its whole movement is distorted to be along a curve, but it is also moving in that straight line. So we have the blend of two behaviors, move in a straight line and move in a spiral. So if we make them spiral out here, let's really emphasize this. All the projectiles. Again, a blend of movement types. This is what I want to have happen. I will speak to the why this is not as easy as what I just did in a moment. Horrible boiling wall of death here. Let's change this back to a nice respectable number. 2 squares out. It wants to be 2 squares out. And it will... It's about 6 times that. Takes about 6 seconds to rotate once under this logic. that's not right, but... But herein lies part of the problem as well. By normalizing the motion, we are losing some of the nuance of how that happens. We need to make sure that we account for the ability to make some movement more emphatic than others. As in, we need to stretch the vector associated with an orbit, because this is... In order to see it by its nature, it has to move a little faster. That's okay, but I don't want it being a hard multiplier every time. We need to have different elements of it, you know? So we won't be doing this. Isn't that real quick here? It's 0.016 repeating. So what we've done is that it moves at a constant rate, 1 square per second. Everything does. Let's... the more frequently this happens, the finer the movement can be. I'm adding all of these because it can give us an idea of how it works by having them spiral out. Now, another thing that you can see happening is how the fan pattern, the split into 3, influences movement. Let's cull that for now. So these nice slow circles. So we need a way... Did I botch this test again? Brains all over the place today. A beverage here. Okay, so spiral in, burst of 3. Okay, nice slow arcs. So this is about... doing a quick little bit of brain math here. It's about 1/6, so it takes a good amount of time for it to do a rotation. Let's do... So that would be 3 seconds for a rotation. I think... Now, again, this is going to change the proportions of the vector inside it. It does not change the actual resultant speed. Yeah. So we're not getting as big a change as you could with this. make sure that my test actually functions the way I want it to by running it again, fully running it again. So let us verify if the data file changes actually are visible. They weren't. I have to reload it. Godot is caching the result. Hooray. Okay, so this is a very fast spiral. Then I'll have to see. Maybe I'm not reloading the catalog. Then if we cut it down, we're gonna slow its, what would it be called? Its radial motion. Something like that. Again, numbers will matter with this. So we would want the ability... We're just demoing a couple of things. So this is demonstrating a couple of elements. I would want to be able to give extra weight to the spiraling motion so that we can get more of that arc coming out of the motion, while still allowing us to get the linear motion represented. Right now, the arcing motion is taking a lot of time from it. And because of where I'm doing this testing code, I can't do anything to this without messing with the blobs too. Okay. So in order to make this work the way I would want it to, so this is generally what I want to have happen. We apply the delta as we go. That's okay. We can actually have that accounted for in each of the movements created. But part of doing that is going to be removing speed as a factor. So this result here should always be a smaller number than speed. Assume that we're generally operating on 1 as a unit. Like, what fraction of our speed are we going to be dealing with? Then you're going to multiply that by delta, so a lot of them are going to be about like that. Yeah, 60 physics frames a second. Do we need that much? No. Are we going to use that much for now? Yes. But about 60 physics frames per second. About right now. So if I were moving in a straight line and I wanted it to be 96 units of movement per second, it would look about like this. This is straight line motion. So if I keep this, then both the blobs and the yarn balls are going to be moving at the same linear pace along the screen here. So if you watch, it's about 1 second for them to cross the distance of 1 square as far as cardinal motion. And what we're shooting for here is that no matter how much I change that, this is kind of our starting point. We have a base speed, then throughout the flow of it, we are going to be processing it and saying, well, this part of it moves faster, or starting now it moves faster. That kind of stuff. And we can accomplish that in a couple of ways. If we want the whole projectile to move faster, we can temporarily change the speed value. If we want the projectile to move to account for the motion that we're dealing with greater emphasis, so if I wanted the move in a straight line to count more, or to accelerate, then I can put that in there by making it do more than its share. So it treats it as having more than delta worth of it. It might be, an extra 2 in there. That would accelerate it. Alternately, what we can do is before the normalization happens, before the final vector, we can make one of these vectors just bigger. And that will make its movement take precedence. The more and more of it there is. So we have some of that nuance there. If the spiral motion applies more of its delta into the equation, or more of its vector into the equation, then we're going to see that motion emphasized. It will speed up, but that motion will have more of it. Or more of it will be the spiral motion. So to accomplish that, what we're looking at is, we'll clear that out in a moment. We have a collection of position changes. And we also have a current aggregate of those. This is for, we don't need to have this, but it's useful if we do for later stuff. So that we don't have to iterate over it every time, but this is not really necessary. We'll keep it simple for now. So we would have a method that tells the entity add a kind of a micro motion here. And we're going to give it a vector that says this is how much that micro motion is. So again, by default, we have one speed unit. And each of these behaviors assumes it gets one full speed unit of movement. So if it's the straight line alone, it says, okay, I have 1, and the delta is this. So in the case of, our average, about 0.016 repeating. So we would come out and we would say, okay, 0.016 times our speed. Our base speed is 96 in most of our testing. And that's how fast I moved in that physics frame. But if we have 2 movements, now things are a little bit different. We're going to add those 2 motions together and then normalize them. And this is where things get a little trickier, because each step of the way, we need to determine how to adjust things. Because it's not just straight up normalizing. Hey there, Razzie. We are streaming a little earlier today than normal. I'm investigating differences in schedule so I can get streams to happen with reliability again. We'll see how all of this plays out. But good to see you again. Oh, stretch. Wait. Is this Razwolf? Or am I completely mistaken? I am known to be completely mistaken on the regular. Okay, different person. Always possible. People do be changing their screen handles a lot. Okay. So let's go through this again. So we're figuring out how many different micro motions we've made. We're going to have to change behaviors to deal with this. Behavior groups should be aggregating their changes as it moves up the stack. That is, if I have something that is actually a composite of 10 micro motions, I don't want that one thing to count for 10 movements and squish all of them down that way, though we may start with that for simplicity. Essentially, every micro motion that you add gets the same weight by default. So we figure out how many of those micro motions there are. For now, we're not counting rotation, and we're not counting height change. It has to be a two-dimensional spatial movement. Additionally, there will be the possibility, so they can rotate, they can move, and they can also change the speed. And what we'll have is a speed change that is local, as well as a speed change that is, we're going to call it temporary. A local speed change would only affect the vector that we're dealing with. And for those watching that are unfamiliar with what we're doing, we are making a Vampire Survivors style game. It is being coded in Godot 4.4 as well as C#. And there is no expectation that you know what we're dealing with, whether it be Godot or C# or making games at all. This is our first time doing this as well. We've done many streams, as the title of the video would imply. It is a mutual learning experience. We're all going to bash our head against the wall repeatedly together. Okay. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Sherbet always looks super sleepy most of the time. His shifting napping spots here. See if he sticks around. And let's see if camera 1 behaves. There we go. Yeah. I see you. Okay, so we have that. We have a way of adding to it. Now we're going to find out how many of them change movement. Once we have that, we... Okay. Iterate. We're going to iterate over each of the changes. Okay. So we iterate over each one of those changes. Now, it is not just doing this. We don't just have a... How to put this? These happen in sequence. It doesn't really matter as far as like rotation happening in sequence, but we want to be cautious about it and keep that sequential as well. The only ones that matter for the speed are things that are movement. Again, 2D spatial motion. Some sort of X, Y, and distance. Well, it's an X and a Y representing a offset of position from 0, 0. So we get each of those. We have a fraction of the speed accordingly. Whenever we're going to use it, it's going to be whatever speed we're dealing with divided by the count. When we hit each one, that one, again, can have speed changes to it. Additionally, the vector can be longer than 1. If we assume that speed is not being taken into account, and that everything is normally a unit vector, a vector with length of 1, then anything that started without being a unit vector is intrinsically more impactful on the result. So okay, so it's a collection. The default assumption is that they're unit vectors, length of 1. Do they have to be? No. The longer they are, the more impact they have. Again, this creates emphasis. If this vector is longer than 1, then it will be treated, it will have it will impact the position more than the others. It will also be treated as a speed up. So we're getting each one of these, but we can also have changes in the speed period. So, okay, we're gonna continue thinking on this. This is live design, but we're gonna be right back. Quick break. And we're back. So, what we're trying to do is think through the logical flow of this. the default is that we would take all of these together and make it so that they are a single unit vector, mostly, multiplied by the initial speed of the entity. So if that the movement speed is tethered to the entity instead of each individual motion directly. Hey there, Lunar. Man, I remember how frustrating that game was dealing with some of the puzzles that they put in there because they were so counterintuitive. Like, they were set up such that it felt like you were doing the real thing, that you had it, that you knew what you were doing, and you were wrong. In esoteric ways. But today we are messing with motion once again. And trying to figure out how we can essentially normalize it while still allowing for particular aspects to have a bigger impact. And I think this is the flow. So normally, when we normalize it, it's going to flatten that vector out into a one length vector. So the, a squared plus b squared equals c squared is going to be 1. C is 1. But we don't want that to be absolutely true. It's some of the constituent parts of it can distort that. And that's okay. But how are we going to account for that without further distorting things? So there's two pathways we can go down. Is you have that the aggregate gets normalized each time and added in. Yeah, there's no way of emphasizing one without fundamentally speeding it up. If we want something like spiral motion, it's speed it up. Or at least orbital, because otherwise its linear velocity gets completely consumed. But is that wrong? Is that wrong? All right, let's do a test with that. We are going to check that element of it. So we're going to look at move, rotate, and move straight line. I'm going to collapse the rest of this, actually. We're going to close all the other tabs except for entity, move, rotate, and move straight line. All right, so in move, rotate, let me get all the way down here. Dot normalized times delta times 96. Okay, this creates the pattern that we were dealing with, this flow. And what we're going to do is we're going to mess with this a little further and show how we could change things. is equal to that. This one was already in position to do that. We are ensuring that this is the case, though. Okay. So now we're going to run here again. Almost everything uses move straight line. Okay, largely unchanged. And do our spiral in. Hey there, Dodds. Yeah, Sherbet be snoozing. He has moved from his window snoozing spot to across the keyboard snoozing spot. Molly's on my footrest and has decided to quite adorably kind of reach out and hug my leg with one paw that has all claws extended and digging in right now. So let's spread those out so we can really see it. So this is with the motion effectively normalized. Dots has arrived just in time for an ad break, as Twitches want to do. I do try to time my breaks around Twitch ad time. Twofold is because I don't want people to have to see an ad when they show up, but, you know, sometimes timing is bad. Okay, so then if we want to say that, spiraling is more important, or is a stronger movement here, this causes the spiral's motion to be faster. It is increasing the impact of speed here. We are moving faster. See, somebody has followed us over on Twitch. I do not have a follow or subscribe notification, but thank you nonetheless. Could I have that? Yes. Have I done it yet? No. So this is what the spiral emphasized twice as much. So let's do 5 times as much. Okay, so this spiral is set to be about 2 squares wide. So that's about right that it's moving. So what this allows us to do then is, instead of having an actual, like, speed value on them, I'm sorry, instead of the speed being how fast it's moving, the speed is going to be an emphasis multiplier on these. This is different. I should change the naming on this. Speed, when it comes to bouncing, is change in height. Bounce does not actually impact. So this would be, you know, like height change and height change decay, that kind of thing. Because again, bouncing is a little different. There is no there's not really a concern about currently acceleration change when it comes to arcing in the air. That's much more of a special transient thing that we've got currently. But anyhow, so instead of this with rotation, we could have, well, this still matters. This still matters. Dodds, what we're working on right now is effectively normalizing motion. Instead of having all of them directly added, we are looking at applying their... We're looking at having all of them assuming that they are creating a unit vector to apply to the projectile. So the test that we were running, let's end this. The test that we were running has this applied to the two kinds of motion that are in effect. So instead of just adding the movement vector there, we are normalizing it, applying the delta, and applying the speed value. The assertion would be that instead of applying delta and that here, we can just determine what the alteration vector is going to be. Is it going to be a single unit, or is it going to be some multiple of a single unit? The more vector there is at this stage over a unit, the more impact it has as far as actual speed, actual distance covered. Rotation benefits from that, because rotation is a... If I don't emphasize rotation, it is ultimately a slowing factor. So if I change that down here and we run it again, I'll try to make this make less sense in a minute. So this is with both of those speeds equally applied. That's regular. Here's spiraling in. This is both of them having equal weight. So we have that corkscrew pattern going on, but we can see that the spiral is definitely being overwhelmed in the logic, because that spiral is supposed to have a radius of 2 squares. So if we hop back over in here, and again, if I emphasize this, is that it is substantially more important. Let's call that. Let's call it that for just a moment. Not accurate, but we'll put the spiral in here. We can see the linear motion, like the distance covered moment by moment of the projectile, has increased. But the distance across the screen hasn't changed much because of the way the spiral functions. So let's just flood the screen with the little guys here. So again, across the ground, as far as the actual, what we would consider the speed, what the speedometer would say, has increased. But that's entirely applied to that radial motion, that sort of arcing that is happening. And at this emphasis, we're actually getting close to having that double unit there. So in order to accomplish this properly, we're looking at changing things in a couple of locations. But first, let's show you the nightmare function that I had to spend a lot of time dealing with, because I'm not, like, geometry and trigonometry does not come naturally to me anymore. It is in the past. So I spent a lot of time puzzling over this. So in our data file, we are supplying speed and radius. And because we supply speed and radius, we can determine how many rotations per second we would be getting. But if instead I were to supply rotations per second and radius, we can change things around. So radius times rotation is equal to speed over 2 pi. So radius rotations 2 pi is speed. And if speed is 1, because it's a unit, well, but what that would do is that would give us the multiplier necessary to account for that. So if I say it needs to be 3 rotations at this radius, then I know what the speed will be, what the multiplier of the unit vector will be. Kinda. So what that ultimately what that is all going to do. Am I winning? We're fighting algorithms valiantly, schmuggums. We're fighting algorithms valiantly. Don't know if we've won yet. But what we want to do is create a unit vector extended for emphasis that we can then add to a collection. So that's going to necessitate currently just the idea of an entity movement. This is not a movement type behavior. This is entity movement. Any of these can create that. It's not fundamentally part of behaviors. It's part of the entity. Spelling. Loading. Again, for those joining us now, we are starting earlier, as may be apparent. I can't guarantee that 1 p.m. U.S. Central will be our starting point going forward, but we are trying early starting points so that we can see how long we can run and how long we will run to ultimately. When we'll start, how long we'll run. Because the prior schedule was just kind of falling apart on us. Doesn't matter if I have a schedule if I can't keep it. And I want to stream, I want to make progress on the game, so something has to change. Let's put you in there for now. So we have a vector 2. It's not really velocity, but it kind of is. It kind of sort of is, but isn't. wonder if it's also health-related, Schmuggums. Sleep can be a real problem for me if I am not really careful, and things get weird. Okay, for the time being... Hello, Spot. Welcome. So for the time being, this is just going to have velocity. But eventually what we want to have is a public float rotation. Temporary speed change. Am I done with optimizations? You know, as far as performance optimizations, I would say yes. I would say yes. Here, let's we're mid tampering here, but hello, Rando. Let's flood the screen. It says there's like 800 and some entities on screen, but that's not really accurate. Because every second an extra entity pops into existence. For about once a collision entity exists for about 1 frame, and a particle entity exists for about a second or 2. So there's really a lot more going on right now. So there's 800 things at 5 frames per second. Needs more. So we can hit right now, we're at about 2,000 things, and we're still getting frames per second. 2 is plural. It has ceased to be 2 now. But we're getting some wibble there. If we weren't using the explosions, I suspect we would get a little bit more out of this. Let's get the explosions out of there. It's going to linger for a bit, but, you know, it is what it is. Now, previously, for those that have been watching for a long time, the best we've ever gotten to was like 5,000 without a performance dip. But that had other costs that we didn't want to stick to. And quite frankly, like, 1,000 is a lot for this game. Like, 700 entities fills the screen-ish. So, this many things effectively says you win. Just reducing that by a factor of 3 here. And as these fall away. So we're getting over 60 frames a second, and we are currently producing 3 to the 4th entities per second. just from the player bullets. So there's definitely a lot of leeway for things on screen, and we're getting good performance. We are no longer having to resort to messing with Godot physics at the lowest level. We're no longer resorting to doing all of our rendering or collision in a compute shader. Pretty much what we want is standard gameplay to be running, to be able to hit 60 frames a second constantly. That should be standard gameplay. If it gets more than that, that's just gravy. But, you know, we have a baseline. That said, one of our inspirations for this is our Noita mod, is our old Noita streams. And part of absolute victory in the way that we played Noita was how big of a number can we create and how many minutes does it take before that number appears on the screen. Minutes per frame was kind of our record, and that resulted in like a number in the quintillions. It was glorious. Normally that crashes the game, but that was also a victory vector, but we don't want that one. We've only blue screened our stream like once on stream. It kind of counts that one happened right after. Okay. So, today we're trying to change how we do our final movement calculation. So, again, right now, at the end step, we just apply it. Every behavior just directly affects proposed movement and proposed height change, and it just stamps it in at the end. What we're going to do is we're actually going to have a collection, a list of these entity movements, and we're going to assess all of them. We are going to then combine them in a particular way to create the result. There will be some fiddliness with how we ultimately do this, but for the time being, that's what we're shooting for, is changing it from directly manipulating a variable to being we're supplying a kind of change packet to you. And you will assess that at the end. This does mean that we're going to have to change how update animation works, like when we do it, or when we time some of this. The flow of this has to change, because we won't have proposed movement by the time we get into where we currently have animation changing. But we'll get there. Okay, so entity movement has a velocity. This is, we're kind of stretching the term, but velocity is a maybe unit vector. The default is assumed to be a unit vector that points where it's going. So each one of these is assumed to create an equal slice of the movement that the entity will perform. So if I have one that says move in a straight line up and another one that says move in a straight line to the right, then the resultant vector would be move in a straight line up and right at the speed of the entity, as opposed to, you know, your triangle calculation increased distance. I'm being told about a prescription. Oh, Walgreens. Anyhow, So it's not the combined velocity, it is the kind of merged direction, but the speed doesn't change. That is the default. Which means we don't need local speed change here. We'll just call this speed change. So by default, this is unit, which means it gets its slice of the speed that is equal to all of the others. If this is more or less than 1, it still gets that slice of the speed, but it utilizes it more or less. So if I get 10 and I have a unit 1, then I will move 10 units. But if it is greater than 1, I could move more than 10 units, despite the fact that I have an equal share of the speed. I'm multiplying it in some way. Rotation is rotation. That is a motion that we're using elsewhere. Primarily shows up in multipliers. We will eventually make use of this. We're not necessarily going to get to it in the near future. In the immediate future. Speed change is different than messing with velocity. It has a similar impact on the motion that would occur here. If there is movement here and I change the speed, it will be comparable to having a velocity that is greater than 1 in length, because the multiplier is going to increase starting now. So this is effectively, if I do this, I am speeding up or slowing down. And that effect will continue for the rest of the processing of the movement. So, again, changing this to be longer or shorter than 1 is a local change. It only affects this movement as far as its share of how it impacts the resulting movement of the entity. But if I change this, it affects the local one as well as all subsequent ones. We won't be touching this one yet, but we're putting it in there so that I have the chance of remembering to circle back on this shortly. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna be a little messy here, but list of entity movement. And we'll call it entity movements. This is not something that we change, and it's not something that we're going to load from JSON. We don't need to JSON ignore it because it's not a property, but we're doing this for consistency. Hello, Ember, you are blocking the camera. Shoulder cat. Hello. Do a cat check while I placate her. She is definitely going to be on my shoulder because Sky is in her, like, secondary if I have to spot. Sherbet is in her primary spot. I mean, she likes to climb up on my shoulder frequently anyway, but they've given her little choice. Sammy's over on the bed with Mason. Mason is kind of camouflaged. Molly is on my footrest. So if we zoom in here. We zoom in, it's easier to see that Mason is up there on the upper right. Actually had some success just mussing up that blanket and spreading it over that area. They seem to like to lay on that more than it folded up. So a bit of a win there. Okay, so if we create this, then we also need a method. Just going to very slowly type in a way that does not jostle Ember. I'm already kind of terrible. Much of my ability to actually type has faded over time. And having to type with cat on shoulder without the want to anger said cat on shoulder does not improve my typing skills. Movement. We are going to make you... is it really different to have this be a queue? No, but for logical consistency, it'll be a queue. Thanks, Spot. Thanks for swinging through. Entity movement. Actually discovered a syntax. Let me see if I can find it. Bit of a tangent, but message is time past message. I can do this. I didn't know you could do this. This is useful syntax. Not here, but here, let me find a spot where this is actually relevant. Yeah, up here. Our copy constructor. We do this constantly. And instead, what I could have is, if it's not null and it is move rotate, I can just declare it right there. It makes it nice and clean. Anywhere where I ask, is it one of these? So another really good spot is this. If it's a time past message, I frequently have to do something like this, where I either cast it to or I get sloppy and just repeatedly cast it to. But I could just say time past message and just use that directly. It will kind of in the background do that casting for me, which is neat. I learned a thing. Okay, so we have add entity movement, and that's going to enqueue one of these. Then we are going to iterate over each of these. Actually do entity movement in entity movements. We're going to do this twice. Is this terribly efficient? No. But are we going to do it this way for now? Yes. So if okay, so then we will have it's plus. So we're iterating over all of these and seeing how many of them actually apply a change in the position. Each of those count for movement. We can do this better. For maximum clarity, these are position movements, and it defaults to 0. I have tried a lot of different types of music schmuggums. I like a lot of different types of music. My early gaming streams had a lot of chip tunes. There's actually a period early in the coding where I have a lot of a lot of like synthesized music or like techno style music, which gives you an idea of the era that I learned music terminology, including things like drift funk and whatnot. But man, circling back around and trying some like classical piano and violin. Let me see. What's this one called? Do. Just checking something real quick. To look at that in a minute. Neither here nor there. Here we go. This one is a name that I can't pronounce. It's a track by Magnus Ludvigsson. But yeah. I kind of like the somber strings and keys kind of thing. Here I can. Can I make this more visible? I like VLC Player. You know, it is free software, but oof, that UI. Oof, that UI. It's like finding anything anything is just rough. Can I scale this? Always throws me off when Ember is playing. Like, yeah, I'm not finding that anytime soon, so we will do that. I have to find the one that was... Oh, here we go. We'll awkwardly put it on the screen here. That. Hide this. Okay. Right there. I would paste it into chat, but I can't copy paste from here to chat. The rig is convoluted. I get a lot of my music from Epidemic Sound. They have been pretty reliable as far as dealing with it. No worries, Schmuggums, no worries. We're not crunched for time or anything. It is nice to just stop and chat, kind of that kind of thing. And I like the music too, so bonus. Okie doke. Okay, so whenever we add movement to it, if there is a velocity to it, we're going to count. Doesn't matter if that velocity is counter to the current ones, or in some way amounts to a slowdown. If the position is going to be changed by that movement, we're counting it. So we don't have to iterate twice. Isn't that great? If there are no position movements, we don't need to worry about the speed. This is good because if there are no position movements, it would be a divide by zero error. That's a problem. Which should mean we can actually safely do this. Okay. Okay, is equal to 96 times Ember. She climbed up on my shoulder and wanted attention. She didn't get quite enough of it, so she climbed up onto my headrest and is currently like squirming around. And if I don't reach back and scratch her back right now, she makes a dive for the microphone. Because she's being a nuisance. Yes, I know. I started to mention earlier, when Ember plays, like zooms around, batting with toys, that kind of thing, she cries. Like, if any of the other cats were doing that, I would be concerned that they were hurt. She has a very different vocal set than the rest of them. Her primary vocalization is a trill, in various types, like in length and in volume, but it's pretty much all a trill. She only does like a meow when she's playing like that, and it's always the real kind of crying meow. Now, if she's upset, she will hiss, but... But she is a sweetheart. She is super chatty. Let's see if she's visible here. Might be able to see some paws. Yeah. So that's a canvas drop cloth over a hard table. It's... Yeah, I know, I made eye contact. She loves the texture. She loves the texture of that, so she'll squirm, she'll lay on it, she'll squirm around on it. Not constantly, but she enjoys that texture. I did get one of those concrete slabs to try with the trend. I think ultimately a lot of the success with that is that people would go out and they'd heat the rock in the sun or similar, and then bring it inside and they'd lay on it. But that's because it's toasty. That sherbet is laying on a heating pad right now. I have several heating pads placed around the facility here to aid in cat aggregation, you know. All right, so let's see here. This... This is position movements. It's greater than 0. If it is, then we are going to multiply by 1 divided by position movements. Otherwise, 0. F. Hoping this actually works the way I want it to. All right, so if we have position movements, we are going to use a fraction, otherwise it's 0. This is relevant just for expediency. I was going to make it so proposed movement gets to do its own thing each time. Or at least, we're not using proposed movement the way it originally did. Okay. So there's also the we need to determine where we would apply the rotation. But we'll see. This is mostly relevant to things like multipliers, where we are asserting this entity should be rotated this much. By putting it in this process, it means we don't have to... One, it's not a separate thing. It's not something that is globally applied. It is applied as of that moment. which does have an impact on the way that it moves initially. We'll see how that plays out if we get there. Okay, but once again, we are determining our speed. Right now, we're asserting speed is always 96. That is, again, the width of a square on the screen. Not a pixel, I mean the squares on the map. This is not meant to be a long-term thing. This is a magic number. We don't want to actually use this. We're going to make this part of entity configuration if this change sticks. But we determine the speed, which is going to be a fraction of the movement, of the speed of the entity, and it is, quote, equally divided amongst all of the positional movements that happen. Well caught. Well caught. Typos. Okay, so we're going to change this to be if there are changes to be made, then we'll do that. Sherbet is comfy. Of my cats, all of them do occasionally squirm around. Sherbet is kind of the how is that comfortable cat amongst mine. He will twist and contort himself while he is snoozing. Right now, his lower legs are facing that object that he is leaning against. His face is against it, his chest is straight up, his lower legs are pressed against it. I would not be surprised if that twists further by the time he's done here. Okay, so we have movements to make. Doesn't matter if they are position movements, we have changes to make. So first, proposed movement is equal to vector2 dot 0. So we clear it out. And then we are going to add each of those in. And then we are going to actually update the position. And we zero out the changes. We are currently negating the possibility of height change in code. Forget that. Movement. Okay, so delta is already accounted for in whatever should already be accounted for in whatever these changes are. So amount of time passed isn't calculated here. We are just applying the changes. So this might be redundant, but we are essentially clearing it, moving in, clearing it at the end. So then, in straight line in entity movement, when we go to here, this is where we're going to change some of it. We are going to take a quick break here. I will be right back. And we're back. I really do want to figure out a way to time it so that or at least do it so that Twitch ad breaks are more controllable. But in my experience, if I try to force the ads during my break, what happens is it starts an ad and then after it, it's like, oh, but there's a timed scheduled ad. Let's do that too. And that's just no fun. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're going to make a new entity movement, and we're going to say that velocity is equal to... Just going to carve that away. We shouldn't need to normalize this, but we're going to make sure. Move the 96 here. Make use of this syntax that I encountered here. So we're adding the movement change in. We're normalizing it. We're truncating it based on the delta. This will be a fraction of a second is what we've got. Just remembered Sherbet got up and moved and followed me around. Sherbet is slowly drifting into the behavior set that Sammy had, like really slowly. And that is, I referred to Sammy for quite a while as, in cat terms, my little tsundere princess. She is really lovey, but at least for that period, it was very much a but doesn't want you to know it. She's real upset if you don't acknowledge her and pay attention to her, but simultaneously like, yeah, but don't get too close. Okay, so we're applying that there. Sherbet is like has been super skittish. He is still he's around if you look for him cat, but the where he's around has been the orbit of that has been tightening in. As time passed, and we can just say. Past, doing all of this song and dance. Till we get. This is one of the spots that we have to deal with. This is in the rotation behavior. This is moving the center of rotation based on all movement that has happened up to this point. So we do need logic for that. Oh. No, this is okay. Rotation is still fiddly for that. But we don't actually need to account for rotation. Rotation is special. I'm going to assume that. We'd iterate over it. This is not really what you're doing. There's a lot. That's more accurate to the terminology we're using. Okay. To return to vec2.0. If our position movements Forget that. This is not exactly what we want, but it's kind of. I think this will work. So this is effectively the composite of all of the supplied velocities up until this moment. And these already account for delta. Dot add movement, new entity movement, close, and that. U and velocity is equal to move. Rid of you. This will totally work first try. I mean, it's very likely to work strangely. What did we do wrong? I'll show you what we did wrong. Where we iterate over this collection and do stuff, and then we don't clear the collection, causing all movements to aggregate over time, becoming increasingly fast and wrong. Try that again. Okay. Now, if we do we are giving a great deal of emphasis to this rotational movement. This implies that these are moving so slowly. Oh, I know what's happening there. Never mind. We'll get to that in a moment. Okay. So this multiplier here controls how much of this rotational movement actually controls how we see the projectile moving. Now, the reason that the animations are wrong is here. Proposed movement is nothing up until this point. So we are going to have 3 steps here. Okay, so we run through the changes, we make all the proposed movement, and then And we need to get to here. Until we call this, we don't have proposed movement. There. Player currently can't move. That's okay. All right. Now, the more types of movement we add, the more variant this is going to get. But because we're normalizing them together, we're getting less distortion in the individual motions. Nice. Oh, this won't actually do anything. This, then we're going to update the animation, then we're going to clear it. Should be working. Okay, so now let's go into some of these other things and try to get them working too. Do an interim save here real quick. Leave that alone. Leave that alone. Not committing these because these are effectively testing changes. And there's also a lot more we need to do to rotate to make this make sense. Because some of these variables we're using now are not really intuitive. Like I was mentioning earlier, what we're likely to do now is focus on what radius do we want the rotation to be at, and that can change over time, as well as how many rotations per second are we shooting for. And what that's going to... The trick here is also, how do we get the radius in terms of function here? So if the radius is in like coordinate space number, and rotations per second is going to be a fixed value. So what we want to figure out is what the actual speed needs to be along the outside edge. But again, that's going to be in spatial terms, and we don't know what our speed fraction is going to be until we get in here. So that is trickier. There's fiddly math that's going to go on in here. Because again, speed in spatial terms shouldn't come into play here. we might need to do is figure out a way to do that calculation, but for the time being, we can't. I don't want to redo too much of this. We'll leave it as is for now. Oh. I mean, it's a suitable next target, so let's go. So how are we going to do? How are we going to do? Let's go to our equation. So this is the magic rotation equation here. So the speed, the rotations, and the radius all give us, if we have two of them, we can get the third. Speed is always going to come out in terms of either radius and speed by their nature are in spatial coordinates in some fashion. And we can't really have that if we want it to work properly. Now, what we could say is that we ignore that and we do it entirely in terms of rotations per second. And an expected radius. We're kind of doing that already. Because we get a resultant speed, and we don't really need to care about that. Rotations per second we use to get the radians increment. Which is, again, how quickly we move around the circle in angle terms. Radius per second is going to be our change in inward or outward velocity here, which changes, because it changes the radius, that no, that really doesn't affect anything here. That's just whether we have an inward or an outward pull. And that'll give us a direction change. So let's talk through the mess here. All right. So we're determining if the radius changes. Let's... Weird. Let's not address that. Okay, so this is determining if we need to change where the center of rotation is. So we're going to find out, did our target change? Is this a position? Oh, regardless, we're going to go for a position. If we've got an entity that is our target, like there is a enemy or the player that is the target, then ultimately what we're doing is we're getting their position. Hello, Foxy. Those are some words that you have volleyed to us. Welcome, nonetheless. Okay, if we have entity, that is where we're moving. And hello, Clever. Welcome. Okay, so ultimately what we're doing here is figuring out where should we be. Do we have a fixed point? No, what is it? Doing okay. Let's see where they are. Sky was by the side of the desk. He was on camera there, most of him. Yeah, hello, I mentioned you. Let's see. Ember is across from the keyboard. Oh, okay. We have all but one visible. So Ember across from the keyboard, Sky on the side of the desk, Mason, Sherbet, and Sammy on the bed, and Molly is on my footrest, slowly irradiating my feet here. But let's zoom in here because we've got a triple. Having a mussy blanket tossed over that side of the bed has made it so we frequently have the two siblings snuggled up there. Okay, so this is the direction that we need to go. And offset by rotation here. But this is the direction we need to go to lock onto our center. This is how we were moving last. So we get our last rotation, and we are going to determine, based on that, we're creating a tangent here. We have a center adjustment, we're applying that. This is determining how much the center has changed each time. We are trying to catch up to the center. So with this, what we have is we have a series of movements that we're going to composite together. So our center adjustment is one of the things that we're adding in. And that is either going to be things like getting center adjustment speed. Okay. So one thing that we could do with this is break these into multiple pieces. It does create a stranger circumstance and is potentially more complicated, but let's think through this here. First, we're going to have a Okay, so what maximum speed is going to be for is if the fraction of speed exceeds that. If the amount of movement in this time slice we would be doing exceeds this, cap it at that. Let's get that in there. So we have here. If greater than 0 and ever get into those circumstances where you think you've spelled something correctly, but when you're looking at it, it looks like it's spelled wrong? And you're not sure if it's actually wrong or if you just think it's wrong. And right now, speed looks wrong to me. And in this case, I don't think it's wrong, but it looks wrong. Hey there, mister. Welcome. Oops. Okay. So this is where we're capping that particular motion. And we're using this here. Okay. Back we go. And yes, welcome everyone joining us. We are currently working on refining the way that our entities move in our game. Let's run it here. Player motion is still broken as we're going about this, but that's okay. So right now we've got blobs converging, bullets going out, player dying. Movement in the game is a composite of the base movement of the projectile and any movement that you add to it, and any behaviors that you add to it. So we've added a circular rotation here as the bullets move along. We are going to then add, they fire 3 at a time. Now they're going to be firing 3 times a second, and then each of those splits into 9 projectiles. Isn't that neat? Okay. Schmuggums, this is not the first time I've heard that. Sometimes it's in terms that the person immediately apologizes, saying it's not meant to offend. Like, boy, it's like I put your stuff on and then I'm able to take a nap, kind of things. I take it as a compliment. I'm pleased that you enjoy listening. Beverage. All right. Okay, if we have a center adjustment, We'd have to change this whole thing in order to make it work right. And that's okay, but we must approach carefully. Okay, so what we added with maximum speed was the ability to put a cap on how far that particular movement would can go. This is particularly important for things like rotation, because if we want to be able to do the classic, like, projectile circling, then they need to not exceed, or they need to try to stay at a particular radius, whether they're spiraling out or just circling the player. If they aren't accounting for where, like, what the edge of the circle is, then you can get kind of a wobble. That will still be possible. If there's subsequent movement, it can still wobble, but the rotational movement itself should not allow that. So I think the center calculations are still okay. Kind of. So what this center calculation is for all movement happens largely in a vacuum, and I would like to keep it that way. And because of that, rotation needs to know where its current point, like target location is, what it is circling around. Now we can adjust this further, but we still need to know where the center is in order to adjust accordingly. We can't just assume that we're on the outer edge and that we should continue moving according to where our center currently is. So let's say we have a moving center target. The projectile is moving horizontally, and then we spiral on that path. That's a moving center. If that movement is fast enough and we just try to keep applying a kind of a radial motion, then for the most part, we eventually just keep trying to spiral down. It's like an elliptical orbit, but the thing we're orbiting keeps moving, and if it's moving faster, the orbit will never catch up. So we always get a strange behavior there. We might need to resort to that again, though. Okay, well, I just made a commit. So we are in a position to just break this something fierce here. So if we just detect where our center is, we would be okay, but it's dealing with the center adjustment. If our target entity is set, then our center is kind of known. What if we assume that the center is wherever the entity currently is? No, that won't work. We need to know what the center is, and then we need to adjust it. And the only way to adjust it is to know what the prior motion did to it, not counting for this particular thing. Now, I could just apply known rotation. Just a second. Let's visually parse this. It will cover the screen so I don't flashbang you here. Okay. So I have something moving along this path. And let's say I have a fixed circle. Like, this is the orbit that we want to have. As we go down this path, the center is moving. So let's put a little... So as we're moving along, that center is following the path. That path can be where a particular entity is moving. So let's say it's following the player. There's also just where all other motion is saying it should go. So when the yarn ball is released, it moves in a straight line. So absent the rotation, this is the path of the yarn ball. And what I'd like is for this circle, this orbit, to keep happening along that path. It essentially is being pulled down that path. We could accomplish this in a variety of ways, so our problem becomes if the center gets away from us here. So if the center is here, it's okay. Let's grab blue here. But let's say that, and we'll put this little... Let's put a little marker here. So if this is the center and this is where the projectile actually is, it's trying to go around this circle. But if the projectile is moving faster than the center moves here, and we get to say here, then the position from X to orbit this gets further out. So now we're trying to go here. And on and on. It really becomes a problem once we get out to like here, where the relative position, if the circle were out here, the relative position to where it is puts X here. No, not really there. Let's... So if we've moved X out to here, this is where the projectile has been taken. If all we do is draw a line from the center to where the projectile currently is, it's a nice little, like that, and then we're going to create the curve off of it and say, well, okay, from here the projectile should move that way, because we want to meet back up. We want to go out here. We want the curve to do that. So in order to accomplish it, we're going to create this tangent vector right here. Well, if this X is moving faster and faster in that direction, this can only ever point up. It will never be able to go in a different direction. And if this, even if, let's say the X were here. So let's hide this one. Let's say, so we're currently going down like that. If in the next step, we zip out here and we draw this circle, so we were heading kind of right. So the next one should kind of go down and around like that. But if we're moving very fast under this model, suddenly we go from going in this direction to twisting up and only ever being able to go in that direction. We will never catch up. This isn't necessarily wrong. This creates kind of the stretched spring effect. But visually what happens in this scenario is not the little, again, the stretched out spring. It's instead what you get is a scallop, where every time we're about to circle around, the center moves far enough that we snap back into upward motion or downward motion if you're going the other way. That's not what it should look like. We want this little curly cue to happen if that's going on. So this is our dilemma. You can't see my hand motions. So this is why thinking. Let me check here real quick, though. No, I was just thinking. It's like, it's not that this isn't happening. So if we look here, this is ultimately the same pattern, where I go up, I come back down, I loop around, I come back up, I loop around. The reason being is that this is the motion that's actually happening. There is a separate force that's trying to make it do a loop-de-loop like that. So it's not just that it's kind of like there is also gravitation. So, you know, the sun is moving and it's still pulling on it. We want there to be a nice smooth arc here. We want X to be constantly pulled like this. If we're doing it as that sort of gravitation. But even then, we still have the problem of dealing with the moving center. Like, I would love if it's moving slow enough that we have this nice little, better drawn than this spiral. And if it's moving really far, really fast, that eventually what's another way to put it? It's if it's moving slow, we get a spiral because it is a orbit that is just being like distorted. Or that if the center of orbit keeps moving, it's that we just keep trying to catch it, and it just ends up being a long arc. And that too would be okay. But what I don't want to have is that it just goes up and then immediately, like, it goes from a vector pointing almost down then to immediately a vector pointing up, as if it ricocheted off of a surface. So how do we account for that? We could look at it all of this is predicated on knowing what the change in the center was. What is the last change that happened? And in the previous model, the model that we have barring some of these changes, the model we had coming into today, is all movement was absolute. By the time we got to the orbital motion, all of the prior changes were known, and we could apply those to the center and say the center has moved that much. But we don't know that anymore. And the position of the actual bullet entity itself is not reliable for the purposes of the orbit. We could create an artificial center and say we don't care, we know what the artificial center is, and just stick with that. So we don't have any sort of actual gravitation. What we have is this clockwork here. So if X is here, it's moving in that direction. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter where in the circle it is. It doesn't matter if the circle has gone anywhere. X is always going to be pulling it to the right at this moment. And if subsequently X is here, then the motion is always like that. As far as this thing is concerned, it's like clock hands. This was a very early motion we set up. So what this calculation is we have a known vector. This is the last, so we have a clock hand. This is the last position of the clock hand. So we're going to rotate it by some amount, and we get this as our clock hand. We then create a 90-degree off of it based on whether we're going clockwise or counterclockwise. Same with this rotation. We create an orthogonal vector. Like that. That is our rotation, period. It doesn't matter anything else about it. The problem with this is that it doesn't account for a radius. It accounts for a degree of motion, how fast it rotates. This might still work, though. If we have a known center. So there is no actual center. If there is an entity at the center, wow, that is a... I can't just click this and press delete. I have to... Microsoft, what are you doing? Okay. So if there isn't a known center, I pick a starting point for my rotation and we go from there. Ideally, what we want to do is look at our current direction, and we'll have that. We have our current proposed movement as of this moment. So our first instance is if we have one or not, we are either going to pick one arbitrarily, which is almost universally straight right, because it's easy, or we look at this path and we say, okay, our first position is going to assume that we're going to come out up from that current vector. That's how it's going to come out. So our clock face is pointing back from the current vector. So we're going to come out and we're going to move in this direction by default. And this gets incremented as we go in a fixed increment. Doesn't matter. If there is a known center, though, things get different. So now we have a known center somewhere. This is our, our planetational center. Welcome back, Rando. Now what we have is we have some sort of radius around it that we want to hit. This is okay as well because we've got... Okay, this is where we want to be. We have kind of push-pull logic here that says, I should be in this position. So we will have a direction either out or in, and we will have a maximum distance that this vector can go. Simultaneously, we have the orbit around this thing, where we want to be moving in that fixed tick around it. So same thing is that we have our clock face around it going and saying, I should be moving in these directions. And the end result is a composite of this vector and this vector. So when I have a center, there's two motions going on. When I don't have a center, there is one motion going on. Sorry, when I don't have a central entity. The central entity gives me a known point in space that is not affected by anything else. Well, it's affected by other forces, but as far as this is concerned, I have a position I can look at, and that gives me a radial change, right? An inward or an outward force. So if the blue gets far away from us, then the green gets longer. But there's still a limit on how fast the green can move. We can make the logic extend that and say, the further we are, the more emphasized the green gets. Similarly, with the outer edge, we can say, we want it to rotate faster. We want that rotation to be very strong, so increase the length of the yellow. Okay, this fun fact, this is how we did this rotation last year. We don't move fast here, folks. We very, very deliberately and methodically break things. None of this move fast and break things. This is very systematically break things. Don't let them escape. Okay. This is interesting. This lets us leverage this new system, though, because we have the green vector and we have the yellow vector. Each of those is going to get its own slice of the pie. So yeah. Okay, we are going to do an experiment here. We're about to take a break, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to see... Oh, okay. Well, experiment failed instantly. So for those curious, Twitch is set to run ads on the hour. Well, there's another Twitch ad that's about to happen in like 4 minutes, and we are right on my normal break time. I get up and move around and that kind of thing. So there's this little countdown to when a ad will maybe happen. It's really a fuzzy thing. But it won't let me start the ad early. And that would be super convenient for everybody involved. I could take a break, we could run the ad, I come back and everybody's happy. But Twitch won't let us be happy. Twitch doesn't want us to be happy. And so I'm going on a break. Be right back. And I'm back. And hello, Lore. Okay. I was just saying, Lore, that we're about to scrap the super complicated rotation system that I was talking to you about in favor of the rotation system that I scrapped before the rotation system that I scrapped to make the complicated rotation system that I had before I scrapped it. Okay. Oh. Let's see. We have all of the pieces that we actually need. We're still going to want to update the radius. And last vector is still relevant. But that's because it is a clock hand. Right here. Okay, and then from last vector, we get the orthogonal off of it. Center adjustment only becomes relevant if we have an entity here. And center adjustment speed isn't going to be a thing. So we rip all of that out. Still updating the radius. That's how far out we should be. But that only matters if there is a central entity. That's okay. Okay, so this is how far out. Trailing to center is how far it moved. That doesn't actually matter. We only care about where the entity is from where we are right now. Okay. We'll leave center adjustment as a thing. Oof. I think we can still make this work. Yeah. These aren't going to be separate motions. They're going to be a composite motion. That way, we can have things like it moves faster to catch up with its center of orbit kind of stuff, if we want. Okay, last vector is always going to be it's going to check and see if there was a prior, if there is movement heading into this. Hello there, is it Ada or Ada? Either way, welcome. And if you're curious, if I seem to be talking to somebody that you can't see in chat, they are in one of the other 2 streams. There's 2 form factors for YouTube, and also there is Twitch. Sky has joined me on my lap, so he gets back scratches. Okay, last vector is still a clock hand. That's okay. So we're always going to be rotating last vector. And it doesn't matter where the entity is. It only matters where we are moving accordingly. Okay, so last vector is always determined by motion that happens up until now. All right. If else entity.get current proposed velocity does not equal vector2 0. This is relevant when we do things like the fan of 3. It's rotated is changing the coordinate space. When we actually rotate a projectile like this, its whole kind of perception of space is twisted. So if it's rotated left 45 degrees, then a straight line right is actually up and right. Hello, Mr. Bob. Welcome. Say vector to entity to this. We are doing this because we will need it in a moment if it's non-zero. Vector is equal to this one. We are getting a orthogonal off of it. Just so. This should work. Oh no, we're not getting the orthogonal for last vector. Hopefully, Tass. we've got the general change to movement in place between this class and actually making use of it. So instead of directly altering proposed movement, we're sending like little movement packets and then processing them. But in this whole scenario, things continue to get weird. Okay. As math do, yes. As I was saying, rotation is a real canary in the coal mine for the movement system that we're doing. So whenever I look at rotational movement, if something's wrong there, that tells me that the whole blending system isn't necessarily quite right, and that I should adjust it, because this is about as complicated as it's going to get. So if it works properly for this, it's going to work for everything. And the new model lets me do things like blend the movement really good, really well. But, you know, but it interferes with the way that the rotation was working. In order to make it use the new model, we have to fundamentally change something. And the result is that we seem to be converging back to the rotation that we did early last year, maybe? Way back. Get rid of this. Sometimes past me has had retroactively better ideas. And sometimes past me has had retroactively terrible ideas. Okay, so we're going to create the radius pull vector here. We create the last vector here. So this is the clock hand. Last vector is clock hand. That's not a good name for it. We're actually going to call it clock. And we only ever actually deal with it through this method here. Okay. So again, clock hand rotates around based on whether we are... Well, however we're rotating. Then... we aren't going to be applying the actual speed. We're applying the delta to this. Okay, so no matter what, clock hand is a unit vector. That's good. So now we get its orthogonal and we influence it by whether we're doing clockwise or not. Okay. To this. It's -1 times clockwise multiplier times delta. Speed does not come into the equation at this point. Then move you to here. So this is a vector 2. What's the matter, Sky? What? Come here. Come here. Sky sometimes likes to hug. Guy's coloration on his he is, you know, he is a fluffy gray with kind of white markings, and in particular, like very noteworthy, is on his muzzle, like right near the lip, is white. So he has a very visible smile. It's a little crooked because on his right side the white ticks up a lot more, giving him. He's got kind of a permanent smirk. That with his big wide eyes and his very long, like droopy whiskers. He tends to be kind of a favorite as far as his looks with like veterinarians and whatnot. But his mischief maker nature extends into his appearance as well. But yeah, delay by cat. He needs intensive love. Suppose there are worse. I mean, there are worse facial expressions that people can say that you have, like default facial expressions. You know, what kind of resting face you have. Position, this is where we are. This is our targeter entity position minus our position. This is the direction from the bullet to the target. Okay, so we want to get the distance to the target as well. It's not length squared, it's just going to be length. If you're doing the calculation a lot really fast, it can actually be in your favor to do length squared. Because we need the actual precise number, we may not. Well, if I'm going to spend all my time doing fiddly optimizations, we're going to do a fiddly optimization. All right. Okay, so if the distance to target squared does not equal the radius squared, we are out of range. So now we need to figure out what force to apply to what direction of force to apply to the entity in order to bring it into position. This is where having two separate forces is actually useful to us. I think I know how to address the two separate forces issue. Okay. So this is, we have the two of them. We now need to get the difference in the distance. Okay. Trying to figure out how we want this to work, because we need to go from entity to the point. So we have the direction from the bullet to the entity. If we are outside of the radius, then we need to be pulled in. If we are inside the radius, we need to be pushed out. So if the distance is greater than the radius, we have a positive distance. Radius is a double. We can do an equals conversion, but we can't, yeah. This should be correct, right? No, that's not correct. You know what? We're just going to save ourselves the time here. Okay, so this is the offset. So we're going to make a... not a radius-based move, but... it's moving along the edge. This is moving based on the radius. So this is our... along the outside of the circle. This is from the inside of the circle. Whether that's to pull us in or push us out. So if we get all the way to here, then radius base is equal to target dot normalized. No. Need to change this to account for the new system properly. Hey there, Henry. Welcome. This is going to be entity movement, edge-based move, and it is equal to a new entity movement, and we give it one of these. It's not height change, it is velocity equal to clock hand. Not familiar with Donny Park. I would assume, based on what you are saying, it is some sort of theme park, and the slingshot would be a attraction thereof or ride. Okay. think I actually need to do this part, but you do it anyway. Okay, we need to have all right. So we're normalizing it because we want to include the negative in here. And let's double check here. This does mess things up if speed is negative, but frankly, speed should never be negative. Ugh. We're going to assert here that an entity's speed doesn't go negative. If we need to do something like movement reversal, we'll add in extra logic. We will burn that bridge once we cross it. Okay. So we're setting the maximum speed on this one to be the radius adjustment. Do absolute value of that. It's the length of this particular change of the resultant movement that comes off of this should not exceed the radius adjustment. Yes. Okay. Created edge-based move, which has its velocity already set. So we can just put this here. And what we're going to need to do is have a multiplier here. Say equal to vector2 dot 0 times 2. I will say why we need times 2 in here. Okay. If we are affecting the radius movement as well, that is adding another we are going to add another change to the list here. We're going to need to, and if we add it without the ×2 as it is, we are essentially going to be diluting the change from these. This is one type of movement, but this particular one can't move further, like distance-wise, than radius adjustment. That's as far as it can go. This one doesn't have that constraint, so we don't want the overall speed to be constrained by radius adjustment, because this won't always happen. It is still possible for us to account for that, but this is extra movement. What this amounts to is that if this change doesn't happen, then this is accounted for by itself. But if this change doesn't happen, we are kind of truncating the amount of movement that this one gets. So we're going to double them to say that they are individual motions that need to get that same amount of weight. Do I need to do it that way? Not sure. But we're essentially doubling up the emphasis on them. I think this will work. Effectively, if I don't do this, the whole thing kind of slows down a bit whenever this movement needs to happen. You know what? We're not doing that. We're going to see how it does before this. If this movement has to happen, it happens on its own terms. Can that distort things? Yes. But we're going to see how it do. So all of the math is largely the same in leading into this. It's that the entirety of the system boils down to whatever the radian increment was. Everything stops mattering as soon as radian increment comes into play. That's what we're going to adjust with the clock hand. It is possible that the clock hand does get distorted with some of this. We're gonna give it a go, though. Okay, player can still not move. I haven't fixed that, but okay. So here's our rotate in. Rotate in is currently set to... Okay, we're getting that scallop pattern again. It's exactly what I didn't want to have happen. All right, we'll address this in a minute. I do have to take a quick break. back. Things here. Pushing the buttons. Okay. So the scallop is what we wanted to avoid. We still have some things that we can do about this, though. Let's put that back in. This heavily emphasizes maybe. Might be operational again. I think we're operational again. Might be a sign. OBS crash. Let's just verify. Might be a sign. Let's see if we can get this working. Oh, wow. Kind of hilarious, but it's not what's supposed to happen. Zoop. That. We're missing a delta in here, I think. Yeah. Let's get that first. Let's test that. Okay, so part of the problem is that they are moving out to... Let's really emphasize it here. They're moving out properly, but their orbit is... We're not getting the arc out. It's like they're just moving to that spot and spinning there. It's a neat effect, but it's not what it's supposed to do. Let's... matter all that much, but hey. same issue. We are generally there. So we have an inward or an outward force, and then we have a rotational force. Let's double check our rotational force here. I think part of the problem is that we're not... It's as long as the orbital speed is not necessarily enough. So let's really exaggerate this. So the issue is that we're not getting the sort of curve into a circle. It's the rotational force is independent of the inward outward. So we're always getting kind of a spirograph thing going instead of the actual force here. Let's remove the target and verify that we're getting okay. So we're putting it back to target or entity, which means it shouldn't have an actual target. So we still need a way... We still need a way to get the angle increment correct. So let's interfere more with the logic here. We're gonna do a quick commit to this. Okay. We want to be able to revert since we're going to potentially rip up more important bits. So the speed is out of our control. Put another way, speed is 1. But additionally, radius is a different thing. If we know the radius in actual elements and we know the rotations per second, we know our approximate speed. as far as the equation is concerned. But again, speed is largely not relevant here. It's that we need to determine, given the radius, how much we want to emphasize it. Ugh. Now, we could change it such that we know what the speed of the entity is. Heading into the equation, we are given that knowledge. But that doesn't tell us what fraction of the speed we're going to get. We only know that if we had the total speed, we would be able to do that. Shouldn't ultimately change. So, here, let me still have this up. All right. Okay. Yeah, we have two forces here. But, yeah, let's look at it from the perspective of there being a central entity. Well, that's terrible. Thank you, Blue Jade. I appreciate it. I like how it turned out, too. You know what? Let's, as per tradition, there's the whole thing. How the heart turned out is still one of my favorite elements. Okay, so we have a central entity, and we want to orbit around it. We want to orbit around it at, let's say, here. So I have a couple of forces at play. I have either an inward or an outward force here. It wants me to be in this position. I also have a force along the outside that is kind of like that. The size of this one determines how far it can get around it. So this is critical in controlling the size of it as well. If this isn't fast enough, or I'm sorry, if this rotates around too quick, then the push-pull force is going to collide with it. Oh, I think I got an idea. So, if it were like this would probably be okay. Because we would either have, if we're going inward, we're going to pull this one down. If we're going outward, we're going to pull it up. But this should still be okay. Is ultimately what we're getting here. We'll go with this lilac looking color. We have our radial vector. So whatever direction this one is going in, we're saying it's left to right. And then we have a kind of a gravitation, the inward-outward vector. Whether that is pushing up or down, it doesn't matter. If it's outward, it should be pushing the resultant one away from center. And this point right here is where the actual bullet is, right there on the edge. So let's put a little extra circle here. So part of the problem is going to be, if this doesn't move fast enough, then the circle is very tight. And it's just going to, if the yellow one is too short, then as it's rotating, it's moving kind of tight around the circle. So I feel like we still need to do the draw the line to the center. The clock hand cannot just rotate independently. Still not great. I feel like we're still going to get an issue. Okay, so if the clock hand is 0, when we're moving independently, I think it's okay that we set it to be alongside its existing direction. But when we're supposed to be rotating around an entity, now things are different. So we want to deal with this first. Before we mess with clock hand here. Because if there is a target, then we're always going to update the clock hand relative to that target. So right here, clock hand is always whenever we get that entity, we adjust clock hand. Based on this. This is where we have to adjust clock hand based on where the target is. Because this only works if there isn't an entity. If there is an entity, we are always going to adjust the clock hand based on where the entity is in relation to the current projectile. Okay. Do this again. We're going to move it up to here. So we've got a target here. So we don't have a clock hand, and this can be an else to the target does not equal null. Because we're either going to have a clock hand or we're not. Okay. Okay, so we get our target. If we have a target, we need to so the clock hand is always going to be, so this is from us to the target. It's always going to be the opposite of the this element here. Okay, so it is going to be okay, if it doesn't equal to 0, then it is oops. To target times -1 normalized. Otherwise, it is vector 2. All right, talking through this, what we've got, if there is a target, first we're going to get from us to our target, what is the vector there? If that, if there is a distance, if we're not right on our target, then we're going to do the opposite of that direction. So the clock hand faces out from the target. Right. Doesn't even need to be -1. Okay. So what this says is facing the target, that's the clock hand. So if we are down and left from the target, then the clock hand is up and right. Otherwise, if it isn't set, so there isn't a target, and we haven't set the clock hand, then we're going to get it based on what the proposed velocity was at the time that we did this check the first time. Yes. Still less complicated than the... Okay, we still have our basic motion set up. So now we're going to say that the target is always the player when we rotate here. Yep. Player can't move, so I can't test that part, but now there's a distortion when they come out, and that's because it is trying to move in a random direction effectively. It picks one of these blobs and throws the cluster out there, but then the rest of the rotational movement is taking effect. Now see, this is a pretty effect. Oh, let's stress test it. We're going to take these off so that we can see a little better. So this is with a rotate out, as opposed to a rotate with a fixed radius. Okay. Let's fix move to player. Hey there, Jeb. Welcome. We are working on some of our movement logic. Move the player. Okay, it's not proposed movement that we want to mess with. It is entity.add entity movement. New entity movement. So, for those unfamiliar with the project, we are making a game. This is our first time making a game. This whole project has been the first time using Godot or coding in C# extensively. Though I have lots of experience as a programmer prior to this project. We're making a Vampire Survivors style game, a bullet heaven, as it is sometimes called, where enemies converge and you fire projectiles and whatnot all over the place to stop them. It is often considered the opposite of a bullet hell, where it is enemies firing waves of projectiles at you that you must dodge. The wrinkle that we are using, or that we are doing here, is that weapon construction is modular, much akin to Noida. A direction is already normalized based on this logic. This should fix the player's movement. Should. Yep. Okay. And we're going to rotate out in great numbers. to see how much the radial motion is affecting it. Let's... Okay, we are not adding a ×5 into the radius-based motions equation here. This is going to make this very strong. The more speed the bullet entity has, this has a great impact on that. Let's put it that way. So rotational movement is an accelerator with this, which isn't a terrible thing. Yep, that's working. Many projectiles. The rotate out ring is bigger than the stay close ring. And if we move, they get dragged with us. Now, there's a limit to that. It's if you move fast enough, you could outpace the orbit, which creates an interesting wrinkle in the equation there. Now, it is also interesting that... Okay, we do still need to account for there being a proposed velocity. Okay, let's do a interim here. Fix the player one. So let's just get that in there. This is interim. It's technically not where it needs to be, but I don't want to lose work if something goes wrong. Okay. We still need to get the entity's proposed velocity. So we have the 2 target. If the entity's proposed velocity is non-zero when we come into these, then it's still relevant to use it. We don't want to just do the clock hand from the player initially. Actually, that's still okay. We don't need to mess with that part. Here, let's... If we de-emphasize this part of the motion. How we calculate how to multiply that, that's... Oh, that's a later stream Newt's problem. That guy's a jerk. They can deal with that. That's with it de-emphasized, so the rotational motion is... Okay, yeah. It's that the rotational motion was emphasized so much that you couldn't really see the other targeting happening. So we need to account for the fact that it's moving around an edge when we make these sort of things, so that we can get the speed right. So our radius is in world units. We need to account for what kind of speed needs to be what we need to deal with for that. But the problem is we don't know what the entity's speed is coming into it. Now, we could approximate it. So if we know it's 90, we can plug like 96. If we know it's 96, we could plug that in. And adjust things accordingly. Like, how fast do we have to go to hit the target rotations per second? Okay, compared to the entity's speed, what is that difference? So that we can get things right. Now, it gets distorted, though, because we will get a smaller fraction of the speed the more motions happen. But if we account for that multiplier, then we can still get it in place. Yeah. So we would expose the entity, we would expose a speed value on the entity here. We already incorporate that. I know there are a lot of things that are kind of vestigial, hanging out. Speed would be a copied element. But for now, we're just going to call it a fixed thing, and we're going to have to revisit. Okay, so we have a speed value on entity. And then when we are updating position, we use our actual speed on this part of the equation. So now, when we're doing any of this, instead of looking at the algorithm speed, we could look at our entity speed. But we don't know our entity until we get a message from it. Okay, so we get a time passed, we update radius, then we're going to update rotations per second after we set speed equal to whatever the entity speed is. Okay. Reuse center adjustment. Let's find it. Well, thank you, Schmuggums. That is the goal. Hit Steam at some point. I think we need you. That is going to get us the turning speed that we have for this. It'll get us the proper rotational speed, but that's not really what we want to do. Okay. This isn't correct. We need to get a rotations per second. So let's assume rotations per second is 1. Oh, takes 2 seconds to do a full rotation, let's say. Let's go. Okay, so it's 1 rotation per second. Which then gives us a radian increment proportional to that. So our speed, the rate of movement that we've got, needs to be derived from a rotations per second of 1 given the radius. So the speed becomes relevant because we want to know how much to multiply our movement by to account for that. The faster we've got to go to hit our rotations per second target, the more we need to emphasize our movement here. All right, so let's... Oh boy. Anytime we change the radius, we update rotations per second. That's okay. And if we mess with speed, then we change our minimum radius. But that's not going to be the case anymore. Speed will be entirely defined by the rest of the equation here. We don't really care about a minimum radius. This can get, right now I've got a constant in there, but it's, if you rotate too fast, then animations get weird. Hopefully that's not a problem. We're going to be simplifying a lot of this ultimately. That's what we're going to do. Okay, speed is going to be calculated. We're never actually going to change what our actual speed is. So this we can just ignore. We're just going to gut this out. I'm leaving it so the JSON doesn't flip out. Because I don't want to go into the data files and mess with that at the moment. I might do it anyway. Let's do it anyway. Rotate in and out. Okay, speed is now gone. Actually. I'm instead going to specify rotations. And we're just going to set that to 1 for now. Since this is always going to be multiplied around things, we're going to make you a float. Blockhand does get propagated out. Speed gets removed. Instead, going to copy rotations per second out. Move you up here. Clockwise multiplier related to clockwise target radius. Minimum radius won't, well, still ties into it, yes. It's tied to radius. Just making sure I put these things in relevant locations. Okay, rotations per second. We are going to change you to rotations. It's a getter setter. It's public. And it is not JSON ignored. Speed is derived from rotations per second. We're probably going to call it something else, but we propagate that out. We'll get rid of you. So we have rotations. Our radian increment would be set up based on rotations. So we can just... We have to set this up on our first go. So it doesn't really hurt us to call this one multiple times. We're going to keep that logic in there. It will help us as we visit this. We update the radius. We update rotations per second. So we need to get our speed multiplier now. Radian increment, we only need to check once. We'll just skip that math. This is not an expensive equation, but we'll skip it. It's a separate thing, though. It's a separate thing. Didn't quite right. This is not right. Because I don't want it speeding up the further we get from it. We want the actual velocity along the curve to be consistent. Which means the radian increment slows down. And that would account for our speed multiplication there as well, is that we just don't move as fast around the edge. So we would have a base rotations per second and a starting radius. The rotations per second would change according to that. What change do I have in place for this here? Go field, this is... I need to think about that more. And as such, I think... Let me take something here. Let me check some things. Okay, all right. Let's think about this a little bit more here. Okay. This is still... We know rotations per second. And we have a target radius and a current radius. If speed is constant, we should still be able to get some sort of ratio out of this. Again, we don't really care. So 1 over rotations is 2 pi radius. So again, yeah. So our radius impacts our rotations. So we need to figure out that logic there, because we have a base rotations. We need the proportional change. Okay, we can get a base speed out of this. We can get an initial speed. And what that initial speed will do is set kind of a... It's like an offset. So when I come into the system, I have a number of rotations I want to do, and I have a base radius. Well, I have a radius. That starting radius, whatever I have set here, that is going to determine what our baseline speed is. It is a number that ultimately doesn't really matter. But our rotations will be adjusted given that new constant. So if speed is 0, we're going to calculate it. So we have rotations and we have radius. So that means speed wait a minute. Should be speed is equal to rotations times 2 math. Using math little f here. Radius. Really need to make sure, wherever possible, that I'm not using double unless I need to. And the reason for that is what we just saw, is that it is... When Godot initially talks to C#, it turns some of the values that Godot uses as a float into a double. But all of the math inside Godot, all of your vectors and similar, are floats. And it's a hassle to constantly cast them. Let's compact some of this here. That's good. Would be able to be afloat. Rotated. Leave that alone for now. Radius, delta is afloat in everything else. Ultimately, what I need to do with this is I need to change the time passed one to a float. And then when I am updating time passed and I'm sending it in, I cast it to a float and we're done. We'll get there. Okay. So this is to get the number of rotations we want. We're essentially multiplying by the circumference here. That's how fast we would need to move per second to get that number of rotations per second. We're not using this speed as an actual, like, part of the velocity. We're going to be using this to act as a new constant to get radian increment. Because as radius changes, our rotations now need to change. This is speed divided by 2 times math.pi radius. It's a minor thing, but if speed is 0, then we're operating on the fact that rotations is true. I don't need to update rotation is currently the known. I only need to update rotations on a subsequent pass when we are changing the radius. But the first time we come into this... Yes. So I changed the radius for the first time. Okay. We essentially have a first time operation, something that we're going to do this exactly once. If is 0. Initialize speed. Okay. Initialize speed. Then we update the radius, and then we get our new radian increment. So once we have our speed, that is our initial logic for how much we've got there. The increment of the radian increment here changes. It slows down because speed remains constant now. How fast we're moving around the edge remains constant. It is based on what we initially started with. So the radian increment slows down. That should avoid us needing an actual multiplier in our calculations here. Well, we may still use one to like emphasize the motion, but it's oh, that's super wrong. They do an initial turn, and then they're slowing way down. Let's get a whole bunch of them at once. Radian increment is slowing down substantially as we go here. Oh, okay. Initial speed is not current radius, it's target radius. We might need to adjust that further. No, that's still wrong. Still wrong. Rotations is 0. Rotations should not be 0. some of these things are referenced just to be sure. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Cleaning stuff up. I don't know that that's not everything, but okay. Speed is a not small number. Updated our radius. Our radius is what? Oh, wait. Do that again. The flow of this is still not quite right. All right. So here's our initial pass through it. So we get our speed. We're going to go in, we update the radius. Okay, no, I think this still needs to be radius. This is where we start. So everything is proportional to that. In, launch that. Same result. This one doesn't change its radius, but we do not change the radius. Then we're going to go in and we're going to update our increment. Rotations did not change. And our radian increment now is a number. Our radius does not change. And we're going to go in and we're going to look at our radian increment again. It does not change. Okay, what we need is a so there's our current radius is the thing. Our current position is the relative part. It's not where, like, where we currently are isn't necessarily true. That's not where we start. And we can't actually start with a 0 radius because that will 0 speed. All right. Mental roadblock here. We got to circle back around to this. Ideally, by the next stream, I will have come up with some sort of solution or at least path to investigate. We'll see. Buttons. I hope you had a good time, folks. We have our new movement system in, but as I've mentioned before, rotate is currently our most complicated type of movement. So it's the one that if we tweak movement, we have to look at. And if it doesn't look like it's working right ever, that usually means that there is some sort of fundamental problem in the movement chain. Now, it might be that rotation is just broken. That is also a possibility. But our trickiest movement is a good canary for the coal mine here. But yeah, I hope you had a good time today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment, all of that kind of stuff. It helps the channel grow. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means, like subscriptions and memberships, as well as through Patreon, Coffee, Throne, similar things to that. Links are in my bio and in the video descriptions. Now, with all that said, I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I will see you next time.